Alright, testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. Sorry about that. Something happened. I could not let that be published, so I had to basically get rid of that. And restart. Apologies, Twitch viewers. I will see if I can avoid ads for about an hour or so for y'all. So yeah, I again apologize. I apologize. But yeah, that particular action yielded no fruit that I needed to be worried about. And taught me not to do it again ever on stream. So, lesson learned. I think I just broke my tablet. That's okay. There we go. Oh, I didn't realize. Okay, that's fine. Alright, this character has, yeah, double check that they have way more than the token price of gold. The token price of gold is dipping though, so that's good. Hopefully it dips back down to 250 and lower, but that's unlikely till the next season drops. Next season / next raid. Let's come here. There we go. Alright. There we go. So it doesn't say what realm it's from, so I'm gonna have to just say it's craft. I'm pretty sure crafted. I'm gonna look that one up real quick. Sorry. Because if it's supposed to be crafted, I don't want to. It's from the Nobles deck. Okay. So it's technically crafted. It's like a trade-in type thing. I want to call you crafted. I mean, I would say the deck is technically special mat, right? That cloak is a crafted cloak. I already put that on my Toto list, or my, watch list. So there's none on the auction house. I craft them and set them. Or craft them, go after crafting them specifically, rather. But that's when I'm like ready to farm and have basically, I have the time to farm and or craft, and I don't have things to actually put up. Alright. Got a bunch of sets that expired. Not quite 50, or not quite 500 auction so it was at 200, so we're just going to go with 5 minutes. So 107 to 1010. 1010, obviously, is the... Alright, but we are definitely under 280, so we are going to follow the threshold rules. You know, we're not perfect, so if we sometimes skip things or accidentally sell things that we shouldn't have, that's fine. Helps with turnover. Alright. But you... Well, you don't even have a group. Okay. Warg Haunch. Northrend crafting ingredients, so that's helpful. That is... I thought I did this yesterday. That's fine. Materials... Or hunch. Haunch, rather. Hunch is telling me. Alright. Alright, so what I'm going to do, I've decided I'm going to go ahead and run a 1-minute ad now. And then that way it should be delayed for another hour or so. So let's go ahead and quickly run that now for Twitch. That way we basically subvert that boo-boo that I made when I had to restart the stream. Twitch viewers, you're getting an ad. Of course, now that I think about it, it is highly likely that that probably would have been the time where the next time should have run anyway. Oh well. Checking something real quick. Yeah. I'll worry about that later. So for those of you currently in the US, how do you plan to spend your Thanksgiving tomorrow? Or, if you're not in the US, how do you plan to spend your Thursday tomorrow? I think I'm more interested in that. Like what is the day in the life of somebody who basically is not me, quite frankly. Warg Haunch, you're just a silver, but we will still put you up on the auctioning Kowski. Oh, gold. Well, I misread that. Okay. I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of hungry. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna mute myself. And like just give myself like M&Ms or something. Alright. I found a Snickers. So, I had a quick little mini fun-sized Snickers. I feel like fun-sized keeps getting smaller and smaller, though. It's kind of annoying. $3.97, slowly growing the stash, slowly but surely. When was the last time I got double-digit thousands on that round? Let me double-check my records. Let's see. This is Bailgun. Looking for the last time. September 30th. I didn't document, or I don't document what I've sold at that point. But it was probably like some sort of rare item, or rare-ish item. I'll be surprised if this ever actually sells. It actually isn't 001 for the sell rate, which is honestly a little surprising. I'm actually curious. If I make the Gift of Arthas, will it actually sell? Now I've got research I need to do. Let's see. Actually, browse Gift of Arthas. So yeah, it actually does have a pretty decent sell rate. And the buyout's not bad either. Nice. I might actually have one of my alts take care of that then. So the Gift of Arthas, I mean, that's a pattern, so the pattern isn't, it's not realm-wide, so it's just on this particular server. Oh, oops. No, I've refilled, so we literally just have a page of no threshold items. So we're going to do one here, and then the most expensive one, so 99. Alright, and we're going to go down the last. Same situation, so one here, and 90. Okay. Oh, excuse me. And I did do a thing earlier this week where I did sell a bunch of those lesser priced items to help with the flow. Also, I was trying to beat the timeout timer, the maintenance timer. Okay, so we have this thing again, so we're just going to do 1, 2, and then we're going to go to the more expensive one. 1, 2, and we'll wait till it moves along. There we go. And then scroll down to the next page. Same thing here. 1, 2. More expensive is the 30. Until you run out. There you go. Okay. And your hand stitched leather vest. So we'll sell you too. I keep forgetting about this button when I do these rescans. It's such a time saver. And my Katie disappeared, so it's time to move along. Moving right along. Oh, and we were after the 110. I established it in my Instagram. I'm terrible when I set times. Alright. Sorry, I'm laughing. I got an email from Movie Pass, which we haven't used in like a long, long time. And they sent me like they've been trying to re-woo everybody who dropped them a while back, I think. And then like right after that email I got one from AMC. Alright, Babaloo. No. So I'm torn. I can't tell if this is actually a bot or if it's we're like completely equal. Nice. I'm just going to post everything. So I can't tell if Baba is a bot or if, you know, that is just has timing. Let's see, 112, 112. Or if they're like someone who was actually, you know, copying and pasting, like trying to be polite. I don't typically do this. I hate doing this. But I'm gonna I apologize. Part of this is honestly selfish. I'm not gonna lie. But I'm putting the chat onto followers only mode for a bit. Because that's the second time that's happened. Alright, and Baba, sorry, you can time you out. If you are like legit, then you know, come back, follow me, and we can actually talk. But you give me bot vibes. Hey Milo, how's it going? Oh cool, I saw something already. Nice. Comments are wild. I saw a dude threaten to ooh. That is wild. Good, I'm glad that your day has been good so far. Obviously in Peru you don't celebrate Thanksgiving. So this is your heads up if you're not around later. I will not be streaming tomorrow. And then Friday and Saturday are up in the air. I'm not entirely sure what I'm doing. What does your normal Thursday look like? Just out of my pure curiosity. Let me actually put something up on the Twitch side of things. So this is Kata weapon. Alright. Onward and hold. Broken Isles, Stormwater. Oh, that's Legion. Okay. Nothing interesting, just like any other day. Watch TV, scroll YouTube shorts, enjoy fixation, and occasionally write lore for originals. Alright, cool. Are you currently on break right now? Or are you just omitting the school stuff? For Twitch users, I will turn off followers only after lunch. I like it when people chat with me, and I know a lot of my chatters aren't followers, so... I hate having this turned on, but some people make it a necessity. Currently procrastinating, but I have to do an AO3 fanfic to work on. I've already written the first chapter, and now I'm going to work on the second one. Alright, nice! Celebrate that first chapter. And then, yeah, I get to work on the second one. Who else is going to tell the story if you don't? Oh. Alright, let's see. Oh, that's like itty bitty El Cheapo. Technically don't even want to put that up, but I'll do it. Let's see. I think somebody's just trying to undercut the thing, so yeah, it's fine. It's fine. What are you called? Chellies. There you are. I find it a bit weird, though, so I'm hesitating to say the title of the story. That's fine. You don't have to say it if you don't want to. Again, I'm not familiar with AO3, so it's probably like a title that people who are more familiar with it would understand. And I totally get that. No shame in that game. That bloodstained knife is going to actually suffer that much. What is the sell rate? There is no sell rate. Interesting. That's how infrequently gets posted. Good to know. All expired. Alrighty. Alright, just 2 reminders back to back about the points. But I think one is set on a separate timer than the other, so that makes sense. As long as it doesn't get too spammy over time, which it hasn't been, so I'm happy with it. Alright. Dredger's Plate Sabatons. War Within. Blue. There you are. Oh, whoops. It is not World Vendor VOEs, it is crafted, sir. Okay. Crafted. And then blue. Alright, special. I don't think it requires a special thing to create. I don't think I have it listed here though as one. I'm just gonna say no, it doesn't. Operations. Ooh, excuse me. Yeah, I don't have anything special for that currently. I might have to revamp that. I have been talking about revamping it for a while now, haven't I? I'm not going to do that on stream, unless it's an actual gaming stream. But, yeah. I should revamp that at some point. Maybe it'll be like a New Year stream type thing. Alright, hold on. I have a sneeze incoming. Excuse me. Sorry. Oh, I didn't even set a timer for this one. Oops. That's fine. We'll just keep going till... you know what? I'll set a hard stop at 2 for World of Warcraft if we're still doing this at 2. And then I'll have myself some lunch, then we'll come back and get to writing until 6. I think that's fair. Ooh, the token price dropped a couple thousand. Nice. I'm not complaining about that at all. No sirree, Bob. Okay. All expired. And all other. Okie dokie. I like it when it, like, my bags fill up exactly when my, the last thing comes out of my mailbox. It's just, there's just something so satisfying about that timing. I don't know what it is. Alrighty. Writhing sample sold. That was 32 gold. Not expensive. Okay. Stormcharged leather, that's a 2-star. Imperial. Common though. There you are. Alright. Next realm. on, I'm reading something from NaNoWriMo. I feel like this email should have come a month ago. Alright. I'll actually read this one out loud. Normally, I keep like my emails and stuff to myself, but this one is basically a community call. I'm not going to show the email, but I'm going to read it out loud. Dear Rymos, this time last year an unprecedented conversation took place between the NaNoWriMo community and our board of directors. You shared with us everything you love about the organization. We heard that community spaces were critical, so they're talking about the forums, as were tools and resources for early career writers. So I don't know what tools they offered other than the occasional like reward. Maybe the word count app that they had. We heard that the platform we provide for local organizing was valuable, so that's from the municipal liaisons, and that it was important that our services remain free. Again, I'm not sure what services you're talking about except for community, but that's fine. You also showed us areas where we needed to improve. You called for much stronger safety practices, better tech tools, and more consistent moderation of community spaces. Alright, yep, because, well, I'm not sure about the better tech tools, but the community spaces definitely was a concern for a lot of people. There was, yeah, that was, it's not, like, unfortunate, it's not even the word. But moving on. We took your concerns seriously. During the past 11 months, we created safer conditions for the youngest Rymos by eliminating all ages spaces. I don't know if that's necessary. I feel like as a youth I was inspired by my older friends who are writers. But continue. We limited youth-facing social features and interactions between adults and Rymos under 18. I don't know if the general unimpeded access was the issue, though. We completely rewrote our safety guidance for our Young Writers program. I'm not too familiar with that, but I can understand the need to do that, so I applaud that. And verify the credentials of an inaugural 750 plus teachers and librarians. Yay? I don't know what that is unless they're for the Young Writers program, which cool, you know, if that's the case, cool. I applaud that. We brought the organization to greater compliance, implementing staff background checks, sorry. Self was going to get me, excuse me, riled up. And training aligned with California law. Okay, good. California is pretty strict with that kind of stuff. We paused volunteer activity and, okay. So, I'm going to have to reach out to some volunteers to get their input on that. Maybe municipal liaisons again. And built the foundational policy, training, legal is good, maybe, and safety, okay, infrastructure needed to support compliant programs. All critical precursors to seeing their return, okay? Again, I feel like this should have been better last month, but we adopted a business and staffing model that better conforms to nonprofit standards, taking overdue steps toward greater fiscal responsibility. I can't comment to that. I never donated, I was never worried about their financial side, but if that's the case, good. We did all of this while maintaining programming for the April camp, July camp, and November NaNoWriMo group writing challenges, as well as for the 10,000 plus writers who used NaNoWriMo.org to work on individual writing challenges in 2024. Oh. So I haven't read the rest of the email yet, But the next line is, but all of this took resources. If they're going to do all of this just to say, please give us money, I'm going to throw something. Like, this should be something that you should be telling us about. Not dovetailing it into fundraising. I'm mad now. I haven't finished reading this. I'm mad. Oh. But let's finish reading this. Okay, cool. I sold something on this character. Cool. Okay. But all this took resources. Pivoting quickly to accommodate these urgent, necessary changes created more than $150,000 in unplanned costs. You just said that you're working on your financial responsibility. What happened before then? These are your own unplanned costs. That's more than 10% of our annual budget. Again, you reap what you sow. If you're behind the changes we've made in the name of program compliance and safety for young Rymos, please consider making a gift. With a giant blue button that says donate today. I am beside myself right now. P.S. Please know that we know that our work is far from over, and that our learning didn't stop last November. No, it didn't. They're not even addressing the recent technological snafu that they came across, but anyway. We are working diligently to build a NaNoWriMo that meets your expectations, not just culturally and programmatically, but with respect to safety and technology as well. Okay, so maybe they are. And then it's got a banner, NaNoWriMo Young Writers Program, that ostensibly takes you to the to that program, and then another banner, Stories Matter, donate today. If you're going to donate, guys, if reading all of that made you feel like you want to donate to something, I encourage you not to donate to NaNoWriMo. Go to babydj.org instead and donate there. I can guarantee you that those families get what you donate. You know, even if it's $5, that $5 will buy a Barbie that a little girl will love. Even if it's $6, or you know, or maybe you live in the area and you can volunteer. That will be work that a family will forever be grateful for. And it's all volunteer run too. I can't say the same for NaNoWriMo. But I am a little pissed off right now, I guess is fair to say. Wow, I expected to be disappointed in the email, if I'm going to be completely honest. I was hoping for hope. You know, I was like, oh, maybe I'll visit the site and see what the forums look like. You know, if there are forums again, because they took those away. But no, they, wow. I'm not even flabbergasted, I'm just gasted. I'm aghasted. Oh my gosh. Okay. Just bringing myself back to center. Let's finish the auction house tour, and then I can have some food, maybe get me a little less cranky, and we'll get to finishing up the epilogue. I'm just... Alright, I wasn't going to do it, but I'm totally doing it. I'm going to Reddit. So now my distraction is more about the drama than it is anything else. Okay, so now we are beholden to the threshold, which I'm going to set at 280 still, even though we saw it dipping. Flask of Stoneblood is immune to the threshold because I need to get that out of these bags. Again, I know I can put it in the war bank, but eh. Yeah, I'm still not uncranky about that. I'm just like, even a better model. Guys, I'm still upset about this. A better model would be to, you know, come out with, you know, hey, look at all of these improvements we made to NaNoWriMo this year. We hope to see you in the forums, or we hope to see you utilizing these things. Enjoy. Did we get that? Here, let me go back through my email. I hope I didn't delete any of them. Let's see, today, you spoke, we acted. Monday, 1 week to go. Last week, ooh, we're halfway there. I didn't even read that one. Earlier in November, I'm just going to sell everything. I don't care. I'm busy looking at my email. Earlier in November. How's it going so far, Rymos? I think that's the halfway point. Oh no, that's probably November 6th. That's the encouragement. November or NaNoWriMo sponsor Dabble. Events, prizes, and printables all month long. We've partnered with NaNoWriMo to Let's see. October is a Reddit. Oh no, that's just aggregate emails from Reddit. The one before that is and this is the one where I think the latest one thing came from, or it didn't help anyway. NaNoWriMo sponsor Pro Writing Aid. How I gain more confidence in my writing. The one before that, NaNoWriMo transform your NaNoWriMo manuscript from first draft to masterpiece. Alright. NaNoWriMo edit to excellence with their August sponsor. Okay, so editing help. You know, a lot of people have issues editing. I myself have issues finding the encouragement to edit or the willpower to edit. Some people just aren't great at it. So I get that one. Okay, but yeah, none of these, like, other than the sponsors, are talking about improvements to the site or anything. So them doing it days before the thing ends is is insulting the word? Is insulting the word? No, it's not even insulting. It's a pity play. It speaks to me that hey, we didn't get enough money on the drive throughout the year, or year or month. Usually November's also their biggest fundraiser month. So let's explain to you why you should donate to us. Which, I mean, if you're going to donate to somebody, you know, an explanation about why you should donate is usually a good thing. I don't argue with that thought. But again, dovetailing it with improvements that an outraged community have been vocal about for a while is, no. No. No, shame on you. No. I feel like they're tone deaf. And that makes me very sad. Like, it makes me want to do like something like NaNoWriMo, like an organization like NaNoWriMo, like the website that they have. I have like, so disclaimer, or maybe a bit of history. I think this is more history than disclaimer. So, NaNoWriMo, for as long as I've been doing it, they had sponsors, they had, and quite frankly, everything these days has sponsors. Like a long time ago, websites could get by without sponsors. But now everything has sponsors or ads or this, that, or the other. It's just the internet culture, website culture, whatever. And even if, what am I saying? And even if there wasn't like right now, like on my Twitch, you see my bot just came up with check out 50 bits. That would be technically sponsoring me helping out Baby DJ a little bit. But I guess I rambled for so long. That actually was a while ago. Oops. Anyway, my point still stands. Like, sponsoring is a thing. I don't hate the fact that NaNoWriMo has sponsors. Even AI type sponsors, which was the latest controversy that I heard about for them. But I gotta stop looking up. I'm not even, I mean, I know I'm not on screen so you guys can't see it, but when I was live and I looked up a lot, I didn't like the way it looked. Anyway. And you do want to partner with sponsors that align to you. AI might be a thing, and I'm not talking about the AI controversy right now. We can if you want, but sorry, my brain just keeps distracting itself with all the things. I don't even have anything specific I'm being distracted by. It's just anything shiny. But at the end of the year, or at the end of NaNoWriMo, if you hit the goal, and this was specifically for people who hit the goal, they would have prizes for you. Like, one year I got a free printed manuscript of my story, like just a single one, and I think there was like a word or page count limit to it too. But the winners got that, and I thought that was cool. I don't have it anymore. It got lost in one of the moves, but it was still cool. And then you get like discounts on things like Scrivener, which is a writing app that a lot of authors use, and just a whole bunch of other things. I mentioned this yesterday when somebody was asking about my avatar, but I try to, like, I'm broke as a joke, especially now that I'm unemployed. But I grew up poor, and so, like, my mental philosophy is, if I can do something myself, then I will do it myself. And that goes for writing and editing and things like that too. So I never really especially because like there's free writing programs out there, like Google Docs, for example. Microsoft Word, it used to be free, now it is no longer. But at the end of the month, you get those, those free rewards from the sponsors. And for the sponsors, it was, and I get it, like if the sponsorships died down because people didn't actually use them, but the sponsors would, say, hey, we'll give you these free things for you to, come check out our programs, and and if nobody took the bait, so to speak, then why would they sponsor something that's not going to net them positive returns? Unless, like, the company was actually altruistic in their donations. And there are some companies that are like that. Let's not be unfair. But as more sponsors drop out, I've been not impressed with any of their sponsor or their rewards for the last several years. But for me, it's not about the rewards, it's about winning. So part of me is like, well, the rewards were always the icing on the cake, Honestly, they could send me like a little trinket and I'd be happier with that than any of those sponsorship rewards. But I think a decline in sponsorships did lead to possibly where they're currently at now, which, again, they said in their email that they were having financial issues, which tells me that they weren't planning for a drop in sponsorships, and they've been just trying to hobble along all the way to the bank. So I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed and I'm angry, and I don't know. Okay. But I honestly forget exactly where I started from with that particular tangent, so I apologize. But ultimately, like, I can see where some of the problems started. And so the criticism isn't that the problem started in the first place. I mean, obviously that can be a point of criticism, sure. But we should have, I don't know. But I think the major outcry is honestly what's happened since then. What have they done about it to make it better? Which is a whole lot of nothing. Oh, hey, look, we're almost done. And it's just under 2. Or just before 2, so my little side rant didn't deter us too much. But dang, that got me so... wow. Alright. I went to the wrong place. Sorry. Okay, so maybe I haven't come out of my rant unscathed. Alright, so this one does follow threshold. Let's follow the threshold for this one. Because it's the last one. And I'm not as rambly right now. Jeez. Nope, try not to think about it. Alright. I'm not going to do the shuffle. I'm reading something right quick. I don't know how quick it'll be. I'm not reading it out loud though. Alright, sorry, I'm going down rabbit holes, so I'm gonna go ahead and take my lunch now. With that, I'm gonna go ahead and, put up the step away screen, and I'll be back around 2:30. And hopefully I'll get the rabbit hole out of my system. Alright, so I will be right back. I'll put on a 3-minute ad for Twitch so that we can get just ads out of the way, and most of the ads will be run, and we'll get a few later in the day. I'll also start Stream Raiders when I come back too. Alright, so let me go ahead and I'm gonna put down this pin. Alright. Step out for lunch. 2:30. Actually, it's probably better. 2:30. We are going to go ahead and turn off follower only chat. Hopefully the bots will behave, but we'll see. In message. Alright, and I will see y'all in about 30-ish minutes. Hopefully I don't go down any more rabbit holes. Hey y'all. So, yes, I did go down a rabbit hole. Um, I may or may not be imagining a website of my own at some point. Um, but we won't worry about that right now. Okay. But yeah, we're going to go ahead and we're going to get to writing now. Again, we were in the epilogue phase of the story. Oh yeah, we were going to do Stream Raiders too. Sec. I forgot what window I had it open. Yeah. Anyway, getting Stream Raiders open now. That it makes me so mad, and I'm not even finished with my rabbit hole, honestly. But yeah. No! Oh, wait, okay. Oh, okay, it's gonna show. Hold on. That's not showing all that stuff. Okay, cool. Alright, well, I guess we'll just have to write a bit, I guess. Sorry. My brain is, again, easily distracted, and I went back into the rabbit hole. Sorry. Not sorry. But also kind of sorry. Checking my emails. Nothing. Yeah, I am still really mad. I'm expressing my anger to trusted friends. Also, stream readers should be starting. Alright. Oh, I should probably take off the lunch posts too. A second. Okay. Maybe that'll help get my mind off of it. I don't think so, though. But let's get to writing. Maybe that will actually help. Or, no, where did my stream readers go? It closed! Get back here! Oh, she's probably working. I can't do that. Okay, there we go. Let's see, what quests do I have to do? Set battle plans, kill an epic enemy, equip a skin, place mages, kill armored units, and I'm not doing those. Scrolls. Level up that tank. Alright. Where am I? Oh, here I am. Alright. set mages. There's a mage. Here. And I want to do battle plans for this spot. And sure, we'll do like a few here. And a few here. I hate the battle plans, like this is just me, that like have no, do not place here. It just feels restrictive to me. Like what happens if like all the good spots fill up, you know? Unless the captain is really paying attention, which I know I'm about to not to be. So, yeah. Well, I do have to set my timer now. I forgot about that part. 29 minutes. Let's go. Alright. So, here we are. I did a little bit of editing earlier today on one of these paragraphs, but let's read the last couple paragraphs. We are in the epilogue. A few hours into the fall festival, which ran from 5 until 11 at night, Sylvia was beginning to consider leaving early. She knew that if she left early, she wouldn't get any of her deposit back, but did it matter? She wasn't getting any sales, and she needed at least 3 paintings to be sold to pay off the cost of the booth. Beyond that, hardly anyone was trying to strike up any sort of meaningful discussion. It seemed like the general population was more interested in homemade jewelry and bee honey than they were for art. Could she blame them? She knew how the people of her town were. They were in the middle of rural Florida, where people tended to care more about cars than football. Cars and football. Oops. It's not like they were in some city where people could go and appreciate art on a regular basis. Maybe if she had painted alligators or palm trees or even a rocket, people might be able to relate to her art more. But painting of cityscapes, a singular rose growing amid a pile of leaves, a horse running through wheat fields, among others, only got the cursory glance. No, Sylvia decided it was a bad idea to put up her work here, when she should have known when she should have known that people would not appreciate it. She should have targeted the art fair instead, but those booths were much pricier, even if she split the cost with her parents. I guess I had to try, she murmured to herself, before turning around and starting to take a painting off of its perch, off of its hook. Is that Vanessa? A familiar voice caught her ear as she was turned away. Blinking and setting the painting back where it was, Sylvia turned around and saw, I call him Chad, his name's not Chad, what did I name him? The boyfriend, Thomas looking at one of the prints that Sylvia had set out. It was a princess kneeling at a window. It was a brunette-haired princess wearing a purple gown and golden filigreed crown. She was kneeling at a window, peering into the countryside, into the faraway countryside. The room she was in here, let me rearrange that a little bit. might be. Sylvia said unassuredly. Which one? Thomas took the painting, the print, and turned it around so that Sylvia... That is not how I spell Sylvia. There we go. Sylvia could see it. It was a brunette-haired princess wearing a purple gown and a golden filigree. She was kneeling at a window peering into the faraway countryside that began with greens and golds and faded into reds and purples. The room she was in was stark. The room she was in was bare. No furniture. And no... The room she was in was bare with no furniture, no decorations to speak of. It wasn't bare because Sylvia forgot to add decorations. It was bare because Sylvia forgot to add decorations. There were details of dust piles and spiderwebs, serving as a natural decor to the room. The room itself was made from a rock that had a red tinge to it. That had a red tinge to it. That was made from rock, and a red tinged hue spilled over almost everything within the room, as if an external light source was sharing its color. The princess, however, trying to type out descriptions of art is hard sometimes. I need to tap away from that. I cannot. I will fall down the rabbit hole again. And we don't want that, do we? No, I guess we don't. Okay. Anyway. And Thomas took the print and turned it around so that Sylvia could see it. It was a brunette-haired princess wearing a purple gown and golden filigree crown. She was kneeling at a window peering into the faraway countryside that began with greens and golds and faded into reds and purples. The room she was in was bare, with no furniture, no decorations to speak of. It wasn't because Sylvia forgot to add decorations. There were details of dust piles and spiderwebs serving as natural decor to the room. The room itself was made from a rock, and a red-tinged hue spilled over almost everything within the room, as if an external light source was sharing its color. The princess, however, was not bathed in the red light. Instead, I don't want to do... This could be interpreted... Well, let people interpret it how it wants. This is supposed to be an ambiguous ending, right? The princess, however, was not bathed in the red light. Instead, her body and the scenery Her body, the ground, the wall, and the window. Sorry. Score took my attention this time. I make no promises. I'm just clicking the wrong thing, so I'm trying to get back to the story. The princess, however, was not bathed in the red light. Instead, her body, the ground, the wall, and the window. Her body and elements of the ground, the wall, and the window that were within inches of her proximity remained whatever color they would have been without the light. Oh, that one. Sylvia blinked as she saw it. Drowning. It was the painting she had been working on around the time of graduation. How many paintings, Vanessa, do you have? Thomas asked, surprised. Thomas asked, huh? Sylvia blinked and looked up at the young man. She then shook her head. I've made a few. At the time we were friends. I made a few throughout the year. Here. She dug through the prints again and pulled out another picture. Again, this was of a princess, of a brunette princess wearing a purple gown. However, this time, the princess had a more powerful stamp. However, this time the princess was wielding, if I can type the word wielding a sword and seemed prepared to charge into battle with a dragon who was obscured by smoke. By gray smoke. By brown and gray smoke. A dragon in the distance who was obscured by brown and gray smoke. Can I ask you something? Thomas said after a moment of looking at the second picture of Vanessa. Oh, excuse me. Sure. She was certain she knew what he was going to ask. Why were there so many pictures of her? Were you? Did you have a crush on her? that was not the question that she expected. So maybe it was tangentially related. So maybe it was tangentially. She wasn't sure how to answer that. Several moments of blinking and trying to pull her brain, and several moments of blinking and trying to pull away from her blank state. To me. Several moments of blinking, trying to pull away from. No, not pull away. To provide an answer, she just shook her head. She hesitated. She didn't like girls. Not like that. She preferred boys. Although, to be frank, no one's really captured her interest. Her interest in the last couple of years. Maybe it. No one. Vanessa certainly did. Although she was not a gender. Although Sylvia certainly never. I used certainly twice here. Although to be frank, no one's really captured interest in the last couple of years. I'm gonna say her romantic interest. Vanessa came close. Sylvia never considered her a romantic interest, even. Sylvia never considered her romantic interest. She was just her good friend. Her good friend with whom she built a quick and powerful connection with. So why wasn't she able to verbalize an answer to Thomas? In the end, Sylvia just shook her head. We were close. I don't want to use that because I want to make it ambiguous. In the end, Sylvia just shook her head. You were never like that. She answered. Oh. He looked down at the picture. I thought that maybe you and she, maybe that's why you were first. Sylvia laughed. At the picture. picture still in his hand. Maybe that's why you knew first. My brain, like I didn't put the lunch stuff away, sorry. Unpin, there you go. Maybe I should put up the distracted sign. I am obviously distracted. Oh, still maybe you and she. Maybe that's why you knew first. Sylvia laughed. No. I'm just... I guess you could say... at the place. At the right place at the right time? No, I hate that. We are erasing that. No, I'm just... She shrugged. Lucky that way? I guess? Maybe. Let me ask you something. Sylvia asked him. What? Why did you forget her? He looked down at the picture of the trap princess again. And shrugged. I barely remember why. I know it was for a good reason. Oh yeah. He blinked as he recalled. She didn't tell me about her situation right away, so I was upset. That she didn't trust me. Like she trusted you. And that she didn't trust me. No, that's right, he didn't. No, that she didn't trust me with it. With her information. With that information. It was also stupid of her to refuse the treatment. Too. I think that's what really sealed it for me. Celia nodded. It made me mad too. That was her choice. Sometimes people make shitty choices. Sylvia's brows lifted as she nodded her agreement. Yeah, they do. I'm not going to defend her decision, but I respected it. Thomas nodded and then set the print back into the pile where he picked it up from. Ooh, my forehead is warm. I just refilled my water, it's already out, dang it. Oh well. Thomas nodded and then set the print back into the pile where he picked it up from. I don't like it. But I think I kind of understand it too. Have you heard from her? Lately? I don't know if I want to continue this because it kind of forces it to not be ambiguous. But I don't know. You know what? No, we're not going to do it. I'm just going to have her like, try to avoid the question, but... Alright. You enjoying this photo show so far? Yep. Okay. I don't like it, but I think I can kind of understand it too. That's where I stopped though. No respecting or defending it. Just understanding it. Sylvia nodded. And that's your choice. Sylvia shrugged. And put the other print back into the pile. Oh, excuse me. Damn right it is. Stated. Sylvie noticed that although he had put the picture back down, he was still staring at it. Can I get your opinion on something? She asked. What? How's my pricing? What? The young man asked again, lifting his head. Lifting his attention away from the print and toward the woman, the young woman behind the booth. Nope, I don't want her to say that. She almost explained how no one was purchasing anything. And so that is why she asked. Instead, however, but as she tried to as she ran what she was going to say in her head before she said it, she realized that it might sound like she's trying to guilt trip him into making a purchase. And that's not what her goal was. Instead, she said, excuse me. this is my first festival. Oh, time's up for String Raiders. Let's go take a look-see. Okay, it's just me. Oh boy. Looks like they're all mobile units, so that's good. We're going to go with haste. And let's start. I'll turn down the music though. I died. 4 kills though. A lot of good that does me though. But that's because she wasn't mobile. If she was mobile, she probably would have killed more. Maybe. At least I got a quest done. Continue. Alright, quests. Tankinator. Alright. Let's try again. Alright, so Mage is still on cooldown. We are going to go Lancer. And we're just going to do this. We're going to do ranged here. Oh, I didn't have a message. There we go. That's why people weren't putting down battle plans. Okay. I'm gonna set my timer. Let's go. I was explaining how no one was purchasing anything, and so that is why she asked. But as she ran what she was going to say in her head before she said it, she realized there's a lot of she's in those 2 lines alone. That it might sound like she's trying to guilt him into making a purchase, and that's not what her goal was. Instead, she said, "This is my first festival. I'm afraid I might have set the prices too high." Thomas looked over the placard, the signs for the various items, and shrugged. They look good to me. Is no one buying them? Is no one buying anything? Sylvia sighed and shook her head. Not a single one. But it's fine. She rushed to assure him so that he wouldn't feel pressured. I realized this probably isn't the right crowd for it. For artwork. Thomas nodded and then reached down for his wallet. What are you doing? Sylvia asked, panic setting in. I was considering... Oh, here, let me do this. So, she's going back up to the... Or I'm going up to the... I realize this probably isn't right crowd for artwork. I think I'm just going to close down early. Call it a wash. Call it a wash. Thomas nodded and reached down for his wallet. What are you doing? Sylvia asked, panic-setting in. I was planning on buying the print later, he explained, nodding toward the princess, the trapped princess print. But if you're going to be closing soon, then I should buy it now. Sylvia blinked. I mean, if you'll buy it later, I can stay open. I was... Excuse me. I mean, if you buy it later, I'll stay open. I don't feel like you need to buy it now. Just because I haven't made any sales yet. No. I mean, if you buy it later, I'll stay open. I didn't mean to put any pressure on you. Sorry. Thomas smiled good-naturedly. Excuse me. I handed over the $10 bill. $10 bill he pulled out. The price for one print. Consider this a down payment. I'll swing by later to pick up. Consider this the payment. And save the print for me. I think he'll call a picture. The picture for me. I'll swing by later to pick it up. Excuse me. I can do that. Sylvia smiled and plucked the print from where he had left it. As he walked away, later, he said, giving a wave and walking off toward a new booth. Later, Sylvia called as he walked away. Immediately, she took the print, set it carefully into a plastic bag. I want this ending to be about more than just Vanessa, though. She should have small talk. Okay, we'll just make it a mental note then for her and him. For him. Later, somebody called as he walked away. Immediately, she took the print, set it carefully into a plastic bag. And set a sticky note with the name Thomas scribbled onto it. Onto it. Then she set it off. Set it off. Dang it. I can't type. Off to the side. There we go. Where she could hand it to him without any issues. She frowned as she was going through those motions. It had something in common, besides Vanessa. Why didn't she take the time to ask him about his school? Or how his classes with Dr. Demetrius were going? She might have been able to get him to tutor her if he was able to follow along easily. Shaking her head. Shaking her head, she sat back down on her stool, and continued watching the festival patrons. I think this isn't the end of it, because we need to know how her parents are doing and all that stuff. We are getting close to the end. Oh, excuse me. Also, just as an FYI, next Stream Raiders thing, I need to play with the computer for a couple minutes. It's nothing urgent at this time, but that is the plan. Stan is shaking her head. Festival patrons. Smiling at the occasional one or two who decided to stop by. Excuse me. Most were friendly, but most were friendly, but the friendliest patron was the pair. Most were friendly, and there were a few whom she recognized from school. Ms. Raven absolutely gushed over her work and ended up buying one of the paintings. I actually just thought of another poll, but nobody's watching right now. Okay, that's fine. Miss Raven absolutely gushed. Although a lot of the teachers from both high school and college, although a lot of the teachers only made remarks about There we go. I kept mistyping remarks. Don't ask me why. Oh, excuse me. Although a lot of the teachers will make remarks about how good the paintings looked, with none actually supporting the, you know, when to purchase. Miss Robin broke that trend. When she absolutely gushed over the work and ended up buying one of the paintings. Alright, so I'm actually gonna set up a straw poll. Give me 1 second, guys. Create poll. Will Sylvia sell enough to break even on the booth costs? And it's literally just yes or no. So create poll. It's simple. Put this in the chat. Will Sylvia break even on her costs? Alright. Let's get those pinned. Feel like YouTube doesn't want me to pin stuff right now. Okay, there we go. Miss Raven broke that trend when she absolutely gushed. I'll say Miss Raven, the art teacher, when she absolutely gushed over the work and ended up buying one of the paintings. And her next downtime. Sylvia pulled out a small purple baggie from her purse, and from that she pulled out a protein bar. She was warned that she wouldn't be able to eat a good meal if she was the only person manning the booth. But she still wanted to make sure that this was all done on her own merit. Not volition. She doesn't think this is all done on her own effort. I can always change that later if I find a better phrase. She was warned that she wouldn't be able to eat a good meal. So, a protein bar would possibly still leave her hungry later, but at least it would sate her for now. She is hungry now. It was well after she usually ate. And with how hungry she was now, it would at least fill some sort of gap, she hoped. Once she was about halfway done with the bar, about 2 bites in, her mother's voice called to her from the other side of the booth's table. I knew you'd be hungry. Mom. Sylvia sat, made sure to correct her posture, and covered her food-filled mouth. What are you doing here? Her mother smiled again and held up a small brown bag. Like I said, I figured you'd be hungry. I'll pick something up my way over. I'm on the way over. I picked something up for you on the way over. You didn't have to. You didn't have to, Sylvia said as she stood and reached and took and accepted the bag from her mother. From here, she could smell the burger and fries. It felt like forever since she had something like that. She had a meal like this. Well, her father stepped into the conversation. We didn't have to, but we wanted to. This is a big night for you. Can't have you passing out from hunger, after all. I don't think people do that just from a night not eating. Sylvia stated. Actually, it happens more often than you think. Mother commented. Granted, usually they're not healthy, but it still happens. Oh, Sylvia said, and then looked down at her bag. Can I eat it now? Eat it whenever you want. Her dad said. It's your booth, your rules. Those words sounded great to Sylvia. who took the bag with her to the stool she had just been perched on, shoving the protein bar into her coat pocket. She opened the bag to the smell of recently cooked French fries. I was gonna say recently fried cut potatoes, but no, I think this is better. Recently cooked French fries and a regular burger. I'm getting sleepy. I'm sorry, guys. I slept decent last night. I won't say I slept well, but I slept decent. But yeah, I am getting as they say, meh. I don't know if meh is actually a thing people say, but I'm saying it now. Alright, what was that? You guys don't have to come to the festival. She said, taking a few fries into her hand before shoving them into her mouth. It's been a few years since we've been here. So we figured we'd come. Her mother explained, casting a quick glance around. Besides, having a family member build out a booth, having a family member with a booth is a pretty good incentive. Swing by. Or fucking meet. Does that mean you'll buy a painting? Sylvia had no compunction, had no qualms about trying to sweet talk her father into buying the painting, buying some work. He laughed. We get all of the previews already. I don't think to buy any right now. So you're telling me once I move out, you'll be buying paintings. His cheery demeanor immediately dropped. Who said you're moving out? Sorry, I can just picture that, like, expertly handled by good actors. Her mother chuckled and gently tugged on his arm, guiding him away. Come on. Let's go see the other booths. No, seriously. She started to complain. Maybe we'll even pick something up for your new office. But seriously, he started to complain as he was being led away. Sylvia just sat on her stool, eating the food her parents brought for her, as she watched them disappear past the tent flaps. Things were looking much brighter than they had earlier in the year. Things weren't perfect. And some things had gone things were looking much brighter than they had earlier in the year for her family. There we go. Keywords for her family. Everyone was where they wanted to be. Oh man, I was about to get to the last paragraph, or maybe start wrapping it up like in paragraph form, but that's fine. I'll think about that when I step away. But hold on. The Stream Raiders. Hey, I got a person. Hi, Luke Powell. All right, let us. Oh, we got 18 seconds. Good. That's right. For 18 more seconds. Everyone was where they wanted to be. Was where they felt they should be. Even Sylvia was happy being a student in regular school. Alright, we're going to go back to haste. And 3, 2, 1. Start the battle! Oh, it's for stabby people. Hey, I'm on the leaderboard. I have the most kills. Yay! I killed the Light Knight. Wait, did he kill us? He's level 1. How did he kill us? My lance is like level 7, I thought. This is bananas. No! Oh, the music's also not playing again. I turned it off on the browser. I stopped doing it on the browser. I don't have that music, but it's whatever. At least I killed one epic enemy. Continue. Sorry, I'm a terrible host, Luke. We're not strong enough to protect you anyway. Common spell tome. Alright, so let's take a look what we got. We're going to look at the quests. Collect Vampire Scrolls. Nice. Lancer Scrolls. Also nice. Anything else? Win the battles. Well, let's see. Equip skins. Place mages. Alright. Upgrade. Upgrade. And upgrade. Okay. So we are going to go ahead and try this again. Start new battle. Okay, I did have ready last time, but we're going to go like this because we have a vampire. We're going to start him. Oh, they're all over here though, so fine, we'll start here. Let's lay out the battle plans. We're going to do armored here. And here. And then we're going to do ranged here. I'm just going to go elaborate-ish. Alright. Yeah, that's free for all. Okay, and then we're going to say thanks for helping out. Alright. and I'm going to step away for a minute. It's literally just for a minute, so I'm not going to change the screen or anything. I will go to distracted mode though. 1 second. Be right back. And I'm going to fill up my water too while I'm gone too. Sounds good to me. Alright. Sorry about that. Okay. 2 hours left. Well, just under 2 hours left. But we got this. We got this. Just checking my emails real quick. Albity Cavity. Nothing that looks like it's immediate. Oh, I lowered this music. Okay, anyway. Get back to not being distracted, which is laughable. Right. So I apparently have been streaming for 67 months. Or at least I've been an affiliate for 67 months. Anyway, on my dashboard it says I'm a 67-month subscriber. Well, let's take a look at the poll. Did we get any votes yet? Show results. Nope. We might have to RNG it, guys. Alright, so where was I? Or will we even... We'll leave it up to the... I don't know. So you're telling me, once I move out, you'll be buying the paintings? His cheery demeanor immediately dropped. Who says you're moving out? Her mother chuckled and gently tugged on his arm, guiding him away. Come on, let's go see the other booths. Maybe we'll even pick up something for your new office. No, seriously, he started to complain as he was being led away. Were you two talking about moving out? Sylvia just sat on her stool, eating the food her parents got for her, as she watched them disappear past the tent flaps. The tent walls, I think, is better. Things were looking much better than they had earlier in the year for her family. Everyone was where they felt they should be. Even Sylvia was happy being a student in regular school, with only art as a hobby and potential income. She hated to admit it, but it felt more reasonable this way. Even outside of her family. School things were okay. Everything, like, I feel like maybe I need to introduce other characters with this line, but it's fine. Everything had its ups and downs. There were great moments. Everything had its ups and downs. There were great moments, and there were awful moments. There were days Sylvia just couldn't move on, and days where Sylvia was never wanted to sleep lest she forget them. There were days Sylvia just couldn't move on from what was happening, and days where Sylvia never wanted to sleep lest she forget them. And there were days, like today, where she thought it would go exactly, and there were days, and there were often days, there we go, often days like today, where she thought it would go exactly as planned, but one event led to another, and led to another, and then led to another. Even outside of her family and school, things were, I want to say things were good. We're doing well. There we go. Extra words, which are going to get pruned, honestly, probably by the end of the day. And I avoided the automation. Anyway, And there are often days like today where she thought it would go exactly as planned, but one event led to another, and led to another, and then led to another, and now instead and ended up with her in a completely different position than she'd originally imagined herself being in. Nom nom nom. Oh, I never started the timer for Stream Raiders. Oopsie daisy. Give me one sec. 18 minutes and I'm by myself. Alright, let me look at the clock. Oh, perfect. Alright, we have added an hour and 18 minutes on Twitch, so when it's an hour or less, I can go ahead and go back down. And just tab over. Words are hard. But staying consistent is harder, honestly. Let's see. There are often days like today where she thought it would go exactly as planned, but one event led to another and led to another, and eventually it would end up with her in a completely different position than she originally imagined herself being in. It was usually innocuous, but sometimes it elevated or even ruined the day. What would she call tonight? What would she call today? The day was relatively boring. Save for the nerves that led up to the booth, to the festival. She spent the first half of the afternoon setting up her tent, setting up her booth, and the last several hours just watching people and having mostly idle conversation with them. She was tempted to close early at one point, but a fortuitous visitor convinced her otherwise. And since then, she had a couple of good strokes of fortune. The only thing really dragging her mood down right now was the weather. And the only thing she could really complain about right now, there we go, could really complain about right now was the weather. Alright. She exhaled and looked up as Thomas returned to the tent. Is it time? No. No, I don't like that. Okay. I think that's the last paragraph. I think we did it, boys and girls and gender neutral folks. We are done. Let's see what the word count currently is. 87K. Alright, so we didn't hit 100K, which is fine. I feel like we are going to be adding some more POVs. We're going to be adjusting the timeline some. But we are going to go ahead and get to editing at this point. So I'm going to change a couple of things on the Twitch side. We're going to not do the menu anymore because, well, we're editing. I'm going to take down the poll because the poll actually just kind of ended up being kind of a nothing burger. So let me take that down. Unpin this message. Unpin message. Alright. But yeah, there's no real influencing the story anymore. I mean, you can talk to me while I'm editing, and if if you want ideas or want to give ideas, absolutely do it. But yeah, all right. Sorry for the squeaky chair. Ask my favorite streamers what they use. Okay. Can I edit this while I'm live? Sweet. Alright, so we are removing you. Remove. I still want to figure out ways to reward people for bits now, but that's not happening. Alright, so that's done. Let's get rid of talk about the menu in various other areas. Let's see, is there any in the actual ticker? Let me come here to this. Hang out and body double with me as I do the PC things and write. We support, yep. Visit vividj.org to see how you can help. Our current revenue is $237. This month's story is community driven. I'm gonna discussions are often had regarding plot developments. There we go. I mean, that's not wrong. I also talk about it during polls too. We're not doing polls as much, so cut that out as well. Current word count is that. Support me at this. Bridge photo taken by this on that. Music cultivated by those. I haven't gone to Look Like Cat or Healing Me in a minute. Maybe, well, maybe in the weekend. If we hit, well, we're not doing that anymore because the screen's about to go full. Here we go. 200 bits to rename a character. A side character. We're not going to rename. Well, we could. Yeah. 200 bits to rename a side character. 500 to rename a main character. Bits to rename a character. There we go. Ha ha ha. Perfect. I was afraid it was going to cut off, but it doesn't look like it did. Alrighty. So we've got that, and I've got my timed messages that I need to go through too, and then let me just double check where we're at on the clock. Okay, cool. 9 minutes till Stream Raiders. Let's check my other areas. Okay. Timed actions, perfect. The sunset morning, you are there. Twitch messages, stream schedule, Discord. Yeah, don't worry about that. Writing timers. Okay, babydj.org, stream. Okay, cool. BabyDJ. I don't have that twice. Hold on. Maybe I accidentally did it for YouTube version, so I'm gonna just delete the duplicate. Okay. All right, there's the story impacts. We're just going to get rid of the U. Delete. I feel like I haven't seen any of these come up, but that's what random is. Delete selection. All right. Obbity kibbity. That should be done. All right. Now, guess what we're going to do, guys? I told y'all we were going to do this when we get to editing. Ta-da! So, I'll worry about changing the scenes and stuff later. But yeah, we are in the editing phase now. We got 152 pages done. It'll definitely be longer when we convert to like chapter format. But yeah, I want to actually update the title. Story is done. Now to edit. Update all. And just a reminder, if you are a supporter on Twitch or Ko-fi, you do have access to the Discord channel where my rough drafts are housed. This is one of those. So if you are interested in the rough draft of this, I invite you to... I need to redo my Discord, I feel like. But yeah, sorry. Again, distracted. But yeah, if you're interested in getting the rough drafts, you can support me by subscribing to Twitch or becoming a Ko-fi member, and you will have access to the Discord supporters section, where you get links to the rough drafts of this story, previous writing challenge stories. You get my B tag for World of Warcraft, and like when I do, it's not well traveled, I will say that, but you will see like previews of various things. Like how my NaNoWriMo for 2021 looked. Oh, that looks so good. That's kind of what I wanted for this year. Okay, where was I? Oh, because I changed the title. That's when it went back. Okay, 4 minutes before we go to Stream Raiders. All right, so community story. All right, we need to create colors, and I'm gonna actually create a notepad, because what'll happen is if I do here, let me show you what happens when I take down notes. So comment, edits, here. Comment, I do this. You see what I call myself sometimes. Suggest edits. Add comment, cancel. Suggesting. Yeah, so yeah, that's no. I don't like it. I don't like it. Not one bit. Alright, but that's fine. But that's why we do it with highlight. And I would like to, like, I want to change the color to like here. Yes, yeah. That's one thing that I'm not a big fan of with when it comes to Google. I can't change the color of the font and have it stick. It'll always go to the old one. But that might be a settings thing, actually. Don't worry about it. I won't worry about it. Alright, so we're going to highlight you. Rephrase or like yellow's gonna be a common one, so we're gonna just do this. We're going to do edit, highlight, chart, rephrase, rename. There we go. Written by Onya and her viewers. I like that. I like that byline. I apologize. If I do this again next year, I will have. Oh, ow! I hurt my toe. Sorry. If I do this again next year, I will have to get something like just to jot down people who chat during stream, because I can't go back 30 days and check out all the chatter, especially since I did delete some of the videos that had some personal information that got leaked. So so this year's just, that was weird. So this year it'll just be written by Onya and her viewers. Next year, if I do something similar, I'll try to grab everybody's names. Maybe even do like a credits list or something. Kind of like what they do at the end of videos that have Patreon supporters. Yeah. Oh, maybe I'll get a Patreon. Nope, Ko-fi. Stick with Ko-fi. I don't know why I want Ko-fi more than Patreon. I think I like the platform better, to be quite honest. Anyway. So edit highlight chart, so this rose color is going to be rename, rephrase. Okay. So we are going to list it as chapters. Chapter 1, Sylvia. And I'm actually going to create a cast of characters here too. Cast of characters. Sylvia Mulligan. Age 18. Senior in high school. Main character. Yeah, and this is why we did the word count before we started all this, because this is going to create extra stuff. Alright, so chapter 1, Sylvia. We're going to go ahead and heading 1. Alright, and we're going to read this out loud. Sylvia Mulligan was a young woman. She aspired to be an artist, but had one problem. You can't ever seem to get out of your own way, her mother criticized. Like, when I first pictured her mom, I thought she was going to be a total itch. But no, like, she's just being a mom. Anyway, back to this. Oh, time for stream raiders, actually. Alright. 11 seconds. It's just me, that's fine. My vampire is drunk. Let's go. Oh, there's the music. Oh, it's just sound effects, no music. That's so sad. I have a sad now. Ooh. Hey, get back here. Say slow to me. So rude. Oh! That was them. Okay, or that was my people. Nice! Yay, go us! Alright. Oh, I should have changed that. Oh, well, too late now. Alright, now we got the boss. The boss. Start battle. Alright. Back to... Is Mage ready yet? No, she is not. I think I can only get her once per day or something. Well, once per my day, rather. Yeah, we're going to go ahead and go for the Lancer. I'm just going to put your characters wherever you want. It's fine. Actually, no. We're going to do this. Probably, actually, no. We're going to go ranged. And ranged. There we go. And thanks for helping out. Let's see if people actually help out. Again, apologies for any squeaky chairs. Alright. So to the edits. I know you guys can actually read what's on the screen now, that's perfectly fine by me. Sylvia Mulligan was a young woman. She aspired to be an artist, but had one problem. You can't ever seem to get out of your own way, her mother criticized, leaning into the room where Sylvia had run to for comfort. She was curled up on her bed with her blanket wrapped around her for comfort. Alright. I want to make a note here. Redundancy. Redundancy. And this is going to be... blue. For comfort. You don't know that, she yelled back. Oh? Whose name was it on the paperwork that still hasn't been sent to the university? Her mother snapped. It's 2 weeks past due, and they've given you yet another extension. I'm gonna rephrase that. Why the hell can't you just take it to the post office? So, her mom said the hell here, but she doesn't really normally say that stuff. So, we're just gonna cut that out. Sylvia shrugged. I don't know, she said, her tone sullen. I forget. Then set reminders. I do. And then I do something else, and then I forget again, Sylvia rambled, rubbing the inside of the blanket she was cocooned in. I don't mean to. It just happens. Well then, maybe write reminders in more conspicuous places, so you'll see them even after you get distracted by something else, her mother sighed and suggested. This was not the first time she had made a suggestion like this. I try, Sylvia commented, her voice almost a whimper. This was not the first time she had attempted to work with that suggestion. Somehow, though, it always seemed to fail. It doesn't work. Wait, we bought you a nice agenda book. Don't you use that? Yes. Except... agenda book, really? I'll rephrase that. Yes. Except I always keep it closed, so I don't know what's always on the agenda. Make a habit out of looking at it every morning, her mother suggested. Again, not for the first time. Okay, so we're going to... Oh, I kind of like that. I try. I don't always do it, though, and that's when the problems happen. Rework. So rephrase and rework are different. Rework. Add, remove. Add, remove. I try. I don't always do it, though, and that's when the problems happen. Also, I forget to write things down in it. Also, I forget to write things down in it. Her mother let out a heavy sigh at that admission, though she was not surprised by it. Sylvia, you're never going to be able to make it on your own if you can't figure out a way to handle deadlines and appointments by yourself, her mom said, defeated. This, it's the same, like different words but same concept, so we have the redundancy there. Oh, I didn't set my watch. We're gonna set it now. It's only a couple minutes after. I'll be fine. I know, Sylvia responded, shrinking more into herself. I'm trying though. What have you done to try? Well, Sylvia started, I do look at the agenda. And I do try to remember to write things down when they come up. It's just, if I don't write it down, I forget about it. And then if I forget to look at the agenda, I forget about it even more. Her mother let out another sigh. Have you done anything else other than trying to use the agenda? Or your memory? Sylvia shook her head, wisps of blonde hair flowing through the motion. Alright, we need details. Details needed. We're gonna go green. So we know that Sylvia has blonde hair. I've pictured it as kind of short pixie cut hair, but I never elaborated. Like, we don't even know what color her eyes are. But yeah. Sylvia shook her head, wisps of blonde hair flowing with emotion. Everyone says the agenda books are the best thing to use. I don't see how they do it though. What about the calendar on your phone? Or just sending a reminder through the digital assistant? Her mom asked. Her dad suggested that before, so that's likely that's where her mother's suggestion came from. We're going to have to be specific. Be specific. Oh, we're running low on stuff. Cobalt blue. Can I say Alexa? Her mom asked. Her dad suggested that before, so it's likely that's where her mother's suggestion came from. I don't like the phone calendar, Sylvia complained. And I tried using the reminder app, but it doesn't like to listen to me while I'm at school. Also, I'm not allowed to pull it out when I'm at school. Right, the new restrictions. Her mother nodded, referring to the new rules the school district put in place at the start of the school year. Students could have phones on them in the event of an emergency, but were otherwise expected to be put away at all times. The faculty and staff were permitted to take away any phone they saw while on the school property, permitted that no discernible emergency was taking place. Preview. Anyway. While that makes it harder, it shouldn't be impossible. The portfolio deadline wouldn't have mattered if you were in school or not. I'm pretty sure that date was given to you in the form of a letter. So I think I set this in September. We're going to do that. We're going to have to fill it out in a minute. We're going to have to create timelines. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. Well, that makes it harder. It shouldn't be impossible. The portfolio deadline wouldn't have mattered if you were in school or not. I'm pretty sure that date was given to you in the form of a letter. Sylvia froze for a moment and nodded. It was. I think I just forgot in that case. I think I want details. Like think I want to say that it came during the summer. Yet another sigh came from her mother. I'm going to highlight this as maybe just being redundant. Who is now leaning on the door frame for support. What are we going to do with you? The teenage girl only shrugged in response. Well, tomorrow after school, you and I have a date with the post office. Whatever you have ready, we'll be standing off. You understand? This time the teenage girl nodded. She looked over at a desk she had in the corner. It was a mess of paint and paper, often in the middle of some project or another. She had plenty of finished pieces, but she wasn't sure which works she wanted to present to the Academy of the Arts. They were all in an unorganized pile of work. Once something dried, she took a look at it. If she was happy with it, she put it in the pile. If she was unhappy, formatting. I kind of want this to be pinkish. There we go. Yeah, we're gonna come here. She had plenty of finished pieces, but she wasn't sure which work she wanted to present to the Academy of the Arts. They were all in an unorganized pile of work. Once something had dried, she took a look at it. If she was happy with it, she put it in the pile. If she was unhappy with it, she would just throw it away. She admittedly thrown away much more art than she had in the pile over time, but the pile was still substantially larger than the 5 pieces that exemplified her work that the Academy was requiring of her submission. I think I might want to rework all that. That was honestly what was taking her the longest. She needed to find the time, and the willpower, to go through that pile and find the best of the best. They were all her precious creations. How could she only pick 5 to show off? She looked at her mother, who was looking back at her with concern. What's going through your mind? She asked, as she always did. Ooh, I need to remember this for the future. Consistency? Consistency. Let's see. Go orange, dark yellow with that one. As if I say as she always did, we're gonna have to make sure she asks that later. Can't I just give them the top 5 of... Can't I just give them the 5 off of the top? Sylvia asked, a slight whine in her voice. Which one is... you're gonna be a bright yellow. No, you cannot, her mother answered with a firm shake of the head. Why not? The same reason why you don't just roll out of bed and go to school with your pajamas on and get hair uncombed. You want to make sure you put your best foot forward, otherwise they won't give you a second chance, her mother tried to explain. Sylvia wasn't sure if that was a good explanation. She wouldn't mind going to school in her PJs and not having her hair combed. Let it be a mess. The only people who would care would be people who didn't even know her anyway. Who cares what people who didn't know her think? That gave her pause. The Academy of the Arts was not just some organization that didn't know her. They were an organization that didn't know her, but yet she wanted to attend. Ugh, how do I work that? She knew that she would be able to learn better techniques if she attended. I'm going to include you in that too. They were in art school, right? We don't need that, right? Oh, they weren't. Yeah, we're just going to erase the right. Maybe they would understand if she came to class in pajamas. They seemed understanding that she needed 2 extensions for the deadline. I think it'll be fine, Sylvia commented with a shrug. Actually, you know what? I'm going to come up here. And I'm going to... Details needed. They were in art school. Maybe they would understand if she came to class in pajamas. They seemed understanding that she needed 2 extensions for the deadline. I think it'll be fine, Sylvia commented with a shrug. Sylvia, you're competing against possibly hundreds of other young men and women for a position at the academy. We're going to rephrase this. You know what? I'm just going to yoink you to people. If you don't put your best foot forward and show them the best of what you can accomplish, they're going to choose someone else who they believe will be more of a benefit to the school. Her mother explained the concept in a different way. They're willing to teach, but only people who show the most promise. If you're not willing to cultivate your work to show off the pieces that would impress them and make them believe you have that promise, then they're not going to bother trying to teach you. They're going to select someone with a high level of talent or promise already, so that person can reach the pinnacle of their craft. Her mother once again sighed. I'm gonna... redundant. What I'm saying is, once again, you have to put in the work. I'm going to have her rephrase that. Sylvia groaned. She had always known that was the right thing to do. She knew that she had to pick favorites among her work, and she also knew that there were already a few that she did like more than others. She also knew that she was just hesitant to get to the pile and begin the task as much as it needed to be done. We're just going to rephrase this a little bit. Fine, I'll do it, she commented with a huff. Think of it as a trip down memory lane. Think of it as a trip down memory lane, her mother smiled at having finally won the battle. I'm sure you'll be able to narrow down the top 5 tonight. Put them on the dining table, and tomorrow I'll pick you up from school and we'll take the package to the post office to send off. Alright, we're gonna mark you for rephrasing too. With a hesitant nod, Sylvia unwrapped herself from her blanket and started moving toward her art desk. Yes, Mom. Alright. So you're going to do this. Chapter 2. It's still going to be Sylvia. Hold on. Oh, what's that? 2 minutes. Interesting. Okay. Anyway, chapter 2, Sylvia. Date, question mark, question mark, question mark. Heading 1. Period. Then date, question mark, okay. And yep, we need to be specific. Alright, so we have mark. The next day at school, Sylvia was laying on her desk, her head in the crook of her arm. She wasn't asleep. She was listening to the teacher, Miss Taylor. I want to have to consistency that. That was the yellowy one? Yeah. Drone on about diminishing returns while in her economics class. It wasn't that she didn't respect Miss Taylor. It's that unless they were doing charting, she had no interest in the other portions of the lecture. When they got to the charts that were involved, she always did well because it allowed her to better understand what was being talked about. However, after the lecture, sorry, my eyes went somewhere else. When they got to the charts that were involved, she always did well because it allowed her to better understand what was being talked about. However, the lecture always came... Okay, so I'm having troubles reading it visually and, reading out loud. So we're going to want to rephrase this probably. However, the lecture usually always came before the charting, and she always had a difficult time following along. Miss Mulligan, am I boring you? Miss Taylor's accusatory voice was directed at the bored young woman. Sitting up suddenly, Sylvia brushed her hair out of her face. We're going to want to be descriptive with that. It doesn't have to be blonde, but we want to make sure that we say how long her hair is and all that stuff. And shook her head. No, I'm not bored. I'm just trying to follow along. With your head down and eyes closed. Yes? What was I just talking about? Diminishing returns? The much older woman's voice soured and she cleared her throat, more to get the attention of all the students in the room than to actually clear it. What about diminishing returns, specifically? Sylvia's brows furrowed as she tried to remember the name. She let out a slow exhale and answered, something about decreased yield? Are you guessing? No, I remember you were talking about decreased yield, but I don't recall exactly what. And this, Miss Mulligan, is why you don't sleep in class. Be like everyone else and take notes. Notes help you remember better than dreams do, I promise. There were a few snickers that were muffled throughout the room, as if the students were trying their best to keep from laughing. Sylvia already heard them and shrunk in her seat. I think I want to try to rephrase these lines. Her notebook and pen were already out on her desk, with a couple of lines already written out from the start of the lecture. Mostly they were about diminishing returns and the need to properly adjust whenever increasing input. Sylvia read over the notes and knew that they meant nothing to her. Still, the teacher wanted her to pretend that taking notes would be the better way to follow along, and so she began to write down everything she could from Miss Taylor's lecture. All right. I'm going to actually do this. We are going to go ahead and insert a quick chapter here. Chapter 3. Date. It's just going to be basically Vanessa watching what happened to Sylvia. Or actually, no, you know what? We're not going to introduce Vanessa like that just yet. 1, 2. I'm still torn on whether or not I want to go back and do the back and forth viewpoint thing, or if we want to stick to just Sylvia's side of things. But I guess through editing we'll find out. We'll do the Vanessa side of things, I guess, once she gets introduced, and then we'll what's the phrase? And then we'll decide. I mean, Sylvia's side has already been written out, so. I just kind of hate how short this section is. But we'll... here. They'll make this longer. I mean, can't argue with that. Alright. After class, Sylvia slung her backpack over her shoulder and started to make her way to the lockers. 2 more classes and she would be able to go home and take a nap. After she went to the post office with her mom. Alright, we need to... Chapter 3, Sylvia. Date. Alright, heading 1. Alright, Oop. go ahead and pop you down here. After class, Sylvia slung her backpack over her shoulder and started to make her way to the lockers. 2 more classes, and she would be able to go home and take a nap. After she went to the post office with her mom. Oh, I needed to do the cast of characters. Hold on. Let's actually create a subtitle title for you. A subtitle for you. Oh, maybe not. I want something I can jump to in the sidebar. I don't think you guys can see it, but yeah, perfect. Oh, I see what's happening. That's fine. Okay. Oop. Wrong thing. There we go. So, alright, so Mr. Mulligan, age, oh, Sylvia's dad, a salesman for high stakes companies, lost his job. Mrs. Mulligan, age, oh, Sylvia's mom, stay-at-home mom, but used to be a registered nurse, returned to be an office assistant when Mr. lost his job. Ms. Taylor with an I, age ancient, economics teacher. All right, so that'll help. Down here. Okay. Okay, so we're going to read this again. For like what, the 5th time? It's fine. After class, Sylvia slung her backpack over her shoulder and started to make her way to the lockers. 2 more classes, and she would be able to go home and take a nap. After she went to the post office with her mom. I think maybe I'll just do this 2, 3. Remembering the night before, sitting on her bedroom floor, sorting through all sorts of gorgeous paintings that she had created, she smiled and yawned. It took her way too long, but she was finally able to select 5 paintings that she felt not only were the best. Oh, wait, that reminds me, sorry. I remember there was the number 5 here that bugged me when I was reading it just now. But your top 5 tonight. Or we picked. Yeah. It took her way too long, but she was finally able to select 5 paintings that she felt not only were the best, but had also represented the way she approached painting as well. She knew the selection committee at the academy would be impressed by them. They were now on the dining room table, waiting for her mom to package them up with the rest of the submission paperwork, so they could be delivered to the post office this afternoon. I don't like the way that... Okay, so... Formatting is pink. Sylvia frowned. She did put them on the dining room table, didn't she? When you can't remember things like that. She shook her head. It was too late to worry about it now. If she didn't, then her mom would probably yell at her again, and they'd have to go home so they could locate the paintings before going to the post office. She'll find out once she gets picked up. Hey, you're Sylvia, right? A voice came from behind her. The blonde teenager, again. Turned around and blinked at another young woman who was about her same height, but was more filled out. We're going to actually... change that. We're going to highlight that for consistency, because if she's ill, she wouldn't be filled out. Alright. Back to where I was going, what I was doing. It had brunette hair. We're going to ask her to describe it. Ask me to describe it, rather. She barely recognized this girl. She had transferred into the school about a month ago, and they had shared that same economics class together. There was another class that I put them in together too. Ugh, that's the wrong green. Let me fix that. We want the eye bleed green. There we go. And I don't like this. It could be reworked. So we're going to do that. Okay. Yeah, Sylvia asked cautiously. She hoisted her backpack across both of her shoulders as she assessed the new girl in front of her. The new girl must have been able to tell that Sylvia was sizing her up and reached out a hand to shake. I don't like... it's not redundant, but I don't like the way it is, so we're gonna rework all that. And reached out a hand to shake. "I'm Vanessa," she said amiably. Still uncertain, but not wanting to be rude, Sylvia reached out and shook Vanessa's hand. "Nice to meet you." I'm gonna... Vanessa shook the hand in return, but did not release it immediately. "I noticed you're always sleeping in class." "It's not sleeping," Sylvia cut in, forcibly getting herself free from the hand grip. "I just wanted to know if you've seen anyone about it," Vanessa asked, surprised at the other girl's reaction. I think I'm gonna call that meta? Oh, I'm going to actually call it consistency, because I've established that I'm trying to keep things from the point of view of the main character. "I just want to know if you've seen anyone about it," Vanessa asked, surprised at the other girl's reaction. "You don't seem like the type who would have something like apnea, but it can still affect people in a surprising way." "Apnea?" Sylvia asked, not sure what that word meant. Ooh, we are getting lots of chat bot messages. The timer probably got reset when I changed things, so I apologize. It shouldn't be spammy, but if it gets that way, I'll adjust things again. Let's see. "I just wanted to know if you've seen anyone about it," Vanessa asked, surprised at the other girl's reaction. "You don't seem like the type who would have something like apnea, but it can still affect people in a surprising way." "Apnea?" Sylvia asked, not sure what that word meant, or why this new girl was bringing it up. "My dad's a doctor," she said. Treats people with sleep apnea all the time. It makes people fall asleep in the oddest situations. Even if they're not sleeping," she rushed to add. "It could make them more prone to tiredness throughout the day." "Sorry, Vanessa," Sylvia shook her head. "That doesn't sound like me. Like I said, I'm not sleeping. I'm just listening with my head down." She turned and started toward her next class. Vanessa apparently wasn't going to take no for an answer, whatever the question actually was. She followed Sylvia, not staying more than a foot away from her. "Why would you do something like..." Whoa, that was weird. "Why would you do something like that if you weren't tired?" Okay, so considering how Vanessa's story arc goes, this is definitely not something she would probably hound Sylvia on. "It helps me think," Sylvia responded, growing irritated with the other girl's line of questioning. "That's silly. How does laying your head down..." Again, I'm just probably going to highlight all this. "That's silly. How does laying your head down make you think? It would tempt me to fall asleep. That's why the teachers think that you're trying to sleep, because you're doing that, you know." "I know." Sylvia huffed and spun around to face Vanessa, who took a defensive step backwards. Alright, time for Stream Raiders. This will be the last one. Well, this next one will be the last one. "It's just me again!" Alright, we're going to curse the lady. And let's go! there's no epic music. I'm so sad. Oh, I win. Here, this. There we go. We get a good cheer. Does cheer do anything? Cheer doesn't do anything. That's fine. It's fine. Let's see. Going back to this because I accidentally minimized it. Open my chest. Alright, and I get all the coins because nobody helped me. Back to map. Boss defeated. Alright. I have unlocked Shinobi. I like Shinobis. Okay. Ooh, definitely go that way if we can. Yes. I do like the easy fights. Alright, how's the mage looking? Yep. Alright, so let's do ready. Oh. We're not getting assistance, so we are going to go highest to lowest. So we're going to go this way. Basically just going to go meow, 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 meow. And this will be the last battle. Okay. Set my timer, and we go! Alright, so here we are. It helps me think, Sylvia responded, growing irritated with the other girl's line of questioning. That's silly. How does just laying your head down make you think? It would tempt me to fall asleep. That's why teachers think that you're trying to sleep, because you're doing that, you know. I know, Sylvia huffed and spun around to face Vanessa, who took a defensive step backwards. Just because they think that doesn't make it true. I've never fallen asleep in class, though sometimes you wish you could. I don't know if that's necessary. I'm gonna highlight you red, or not red. Vanessa just stood there, eyes wide open, stammering. Sorry. She eventually apologized as she took another step backwards. I didn't realize it bothered you so much. It's fine. Sylvia shook her head. You won't be the first person to think I have problems with sleeping in class, and you probably won't be the last. Why, Vanessa started, then caught herself and began differently. Can I ask you something else? Sylvia glanced at her watch. There were only 2 minutes left until the bell rang again, and she'd be late for class. Still, she didn't want to be rude. With a reluctant sigh, she answered, One more question. I'm going to be late. Oh, sorry, Vanessa apologized again. My class is right here, so I guess I didn't take into consideration how far you might have to travel. Ooh, that is excessive. Biting back an acidic response, Sylvia just asked, What question did you have? I was curious about why laying down helps you think, instead of sitting up like everyone else, Vanessa answered. Sylvia shrugged again. It just does. It helps me focus, or something like that, I think. Look, I've got to get going to class right now. Okay, that works. I think I added it right there. Right, Vanessa acknowledged with a nod, though she didn't seem too receptive to Sylvia's answer to her question. Yeah, we might want to just erase all that. I'll see you around? Yeah, Sylvia answered politely and turned around to get to her next class. Yeah, I think now's a good time to... Yeah, we'll do that. Chapter 4, Vanessa, date, question mark, still the same. Still the same as it ever was. Alright, but here's the rub. We're going to have to write this, and then we're going to have to go back and edit it. Yeah, which is fine. Let's see. The brunette walked into her 6th period class, her mind whirling. She was often tired. But couldn't. She knew what it was like to be tired when she should be learning. It never occurred to her, however, she knew what it was like to be tired from when she should be learning. It never occurred to her, however, that someone may just lay their head down as if they're tired when they're not. Why would they do something like that? Didn't it hurt their back? Oh, right, we want to make this. Okay, sorry. Didn't it hurt their back? So I'll just lay... Oh, their head down. I'm missing a word here. Their head down. Why would they do something like that? Didn't it hurt their back? Vanessa just didn't understand. Vanessa just didn't understand. She took her seat. She took her seat in the back of the class. Pulled the she took her seat in the back and yeah, I need to reverse their hairstyles too. I've given Vanessa long hair. She might have long-ish hair, maybe. She took her seat in the back of the class and pulled the required textbooks out from her backpack and set them on the table. She then took a pencil from her pocket and she pulled the required textbook. The required books, here we go. Books, 1 textbook and 1 notebook. She then took a pencil and laid that on top of the notebook, ready to begin writing once the teacher decided to address the class. In the meantime, she pulled a hair tie off of her wrist and swept her shoulder-length hair into a small ponytail at the nape of her neck. So here's the trick. We learn a lot about Vanessa through Sylvia's point of view, especially after, especially during the picnic scene. So we're going to have to figure out a way to keep her somewhat mysterious, even along the way. In the meantime, she pulled a hair tie off of her wrist and swept her shoulder-length hair into a small ponytail at the nape of her neck. I have ideas, though, so it's not the end of the world. In the meantime, she pulled a hair tie off of her wrist and swept her shoulder-length hair into a small ponytail. At the nape of her neck. Her thumb brushed against her skin accidentally. And no. And brushed into a small ponytail up the nape of her neck. Once that was done, she sat back in her seat and looked around at the other students. I want to say this is her government class or something. I don't know. Who shared this class with her. I'm gonna highlight you as green because we want details. Details, give me the deets. Once that was done, she sat back in her seat and looked at who shared this class with her. In the front corner sat a block of boys who were always joking around. They were only in the front corner because that is where the teacher decided. In the front corner sat who were always joking around. At the start of the year, they were actually in the back corner of the class. However, their jokes became so ruckus that the teacher who opted to not provide assigned seats ordered the jokester to sit up front closest to her desk. Her or his desk? Let's be random about this. What's the minutes right now? 18? So yeah, her desk. To her desk. Up front closest to her desk. The other three followed suit. The other three followed him. But the threat of breaking up their group if their antics continued to the point of disruption seemed to be enough to encourage behavior, at least while the teacher was present. Vanessa was actually surprised by the boys. Although they often joked and seemed to care less about the class than anything else, she noticed that whenever the teacher did call on them to answer questions, they did have the answer. They were ready to answer. They were ready to answer. They were ready to answer. And those answers were accurate. It's like, people are nuanced. Who'd have thunk? Do I want her to know the names? I don't know. We're going to jump up here though, because I forgot to add her to the cast of characters. I mean, she's going to be a main character, but... Vanessa, question mark, question mark, question mark, age 18, senior in high school, terminally ill, in second semester, main character. Aspiring artist with aspiring neurodiverse artist and character. All right. Okay. The brunette walked into her 6th period class, her mind whirling. She knew what it was like to be tired when she should be learning. It never occurred to her, however, that someone may just as if they're tired when they're not. Why would they do something like that? Vanessa was actually surprised by the boys. Although they often joked and seemed to care less about the class than anything else, she noticed that whenever the teacher did call them to answer to answer questions, they were ready to answer. And those answers were accurate. Unlike Vanessa, whenever Vanessa was called on to answer a question, she was rarely certain that she would get it right. She often did, but she only knew most of what she knew because she took the time to study. Okay, so what I think I'll do here is I'm gonna like just drop Easter eggs for, well, not Easter eggs, but like hints about what's to come, what her past was like, and things like that. Okay, so where are we? Whenever Vanessa was called to answer questions, she was rarely certain that she would get it right. She often did. Kind of like, oh, the movie, what's the movie? No, it's not a movie, it's a show. It was on Apple. It's the one with the actress from Captain Marvel. It's the Lessons in Chemistry. So basically, you have these two people who come together. You kind of know the history of the one person. You maybe don't know fully, but this story doesn't go that deep into that person's history. But then this person, you know, they meet them and they have chemistry. They're friends. Not romantic, but you know what I mean. And then through their friendship, they learn more about each other and things like that. So, alright, so Twitch viewers, we didn't have any ads for a while because it did run 3 minutes when I was at lunch. But there is an ad coming up now in the next 4 or 5 minutes. So this is your warning, and there will be another 3-minute ad when I wrap up the stream in like 30 minutes plus, 30 plus minutes-ish. I stumble with my words. I am so good at that. Let me double check when Stream Raiders is going to be though. 11 minutes. Okay, cool. Alright, so we're still drafting out this chapter from Vanessa's POV. Whenever Vanessa was called to answer questions, she was rarely certain that she would get it right. She often did. But she only knew most of what she knew because she took the time to study. She knew that if she wanted to get ahead, and potentially, she doubted that she was going to be able to get into any colleges with her academic GPA being as low as it was. She had a low GPA and knew that if she wanted any shot at making it into college, she would need to study and study hard until she knew the material backwards and forwards. That's why well, not unless, until she knew the materials back and forwards. See, I'm gonna come here. I'm gonna actually highlight you. Vanessa's color's purple. You're gonna be purple. We're gonna come here. Revisit for edits. Added chapters. Sections. There we go. Until she knew the materials backwards and forwards. That's why she was frustrated when she saw the blonde girl in economics resting her head down. She could have sworn that she was sleeping. And when the teacher tried to call her out on it, she denied that she was. Vanessa wasn't too the blonde girl, Sylvia, in economics, resting her head down. She could have sworn that she was sleeping, that she but here, there's too many sheets. So Vanessa could have sworn that she was sleeping when it tried to call her out on it. Sylvia denied that she was. Even if Vanessa wasn't too well versed in person-to-person interactions, thanks to online schooling. Nope, I don't. I kind of want to keep that hidden too. That's why she was frustrated when she saw the blonde girl. Ugh. My throat and my voice do not want to work and play well together. Anyway, back to what I was doing. That's why she was frustrated when she saw the blonde girl, Sylvia, in economics, resting her head down. Vanessa could have sworn that she was sleeping, but when the teacher tried to call her out on it, Sylvia denied that she was. Vanessa could have sided with the teacher and assumed that Sylvia was just pretending not to be sleeping. But there was something about the way that the girl protested that made Vanessa believe her. And of course, with her dad being a ear, nose, and throat specialist, Vanessa had heard all about the dangers of the dangers and quirks of sleep apnea, of a condition known as sleep apnea. One of those quirks, just like she pointed out, one of those quirks was sleepiness at all times. Maybe I have sleep apnea. I honestly wouldn't be surprised. I'd have to talk to my doctor about it though. But moving on. One of those quirks was sleepiness at all times. To the point of falling asleep in class. We're going to rephrase this a little bit. Alright, so of course, with her dad being an ear, nose, and throat doc specialist, to the point of falling asleep in class. Vanessa sided with the teacher and assumed Sylvia was either just pretending not to be sleeping or didn't even know that she had the condition. But there's something about the way the girl protested when she brought it up that made Vanessa believe her. Can you believe it? I think I'm gonna... No, we're just gonna change it here. Can you just imagine? Another girl called out and laughed from the opposite side of the room. She was sitting in between a column. She was sitting in between two other girls. If this gets turned into a movie, I'll just let I'm gonna let the mental mindscape figure this one out. She was sitting in between two other girls, holding open a... Honestly, I once brought a Victoria's Secret catalog to school when I was like in junior high school, so this is not what I want her to be looking at. Oh, Prada. Was it Prada? You're about to make my story. She was sitting in between two other girls holding open a beauty magazine. And showing something. Yeah. Showing something to the girls. Prada! How's it going, creative one? Can you just imagine? Another girl called out and laughed from the opposite side of the room. She's sitting in between the two other girls, holding open a beauty magazine and showing something to the girls who were both leaning in toward her. There is no way I would get that done. The dark skin, nope, the girl to her left, nope. I like not describing people, but I also like describing people. This is tough, because, yeah, we'll just describe them, I guess. Gives us words and stuff to cut later if we need to. It travels into my final day of work this week. The flight, it starts at 5 and ends at 1 a.m. Oh. Well. If you're talking about the final day, like, ever, then hopefully your next one has a better time frame. You know, good luck to you. And if this is something you wanted, then yay. If it's just the final day of work for the work week, then I hope your upcoming weekend is amazing. Just a Thanksgiving break. Gotcha. And that is fair. Everybody I know has to go back to work. Well, everybody in my household has to go back to work on the on Friday. So, or everybody who has a job goes back to work on the Friday. Excuse me. However, I do not. But then again, you know, that's the whole perk and sadness about being unemployed. But you know, it is what it is. All right, time for Stream Raiders. Okay, 9 seconds. Oh, we have people this time. Hi, people. Okay, well, we're just gonna buff everybody up. Here you go. Let's go. Maybe I should say it's the last bell each time, but then people will know that I'm lying. Alright, so we gotta go back to splitting the rewards. We're gonna go one random. Alrighty. That was cool. Right, no more Stream Raiders, because we are ending in less than 30 minutes. 30 scrolls are nice too. Alright, let's go ahead and pump those scrolls. Looks like it was enough. Nice. Okay, now we're going to just go ahead and close this out now. Stream Raiders! Yep, Stream Raiders. I was playing it for the longest time, like a long time ago, and I stopped because my browser did not like it. And then on the new computer, I decided to try it out again, and I got it. I might have gotten a little obsessed. And then I decided to do the captain version, so I could actually see how the fights actually go, because even if people stream it, and I go to their stream, I can't follow. So for me, I like doing the captain side of things, so I can see the fights. Alright, back to writing. The return a la Monday. Yep. Okay, oh yeah, I was going to describe the girls. Okay, another girl called out from the opposite side of the room. She was sitting between two other girls holding a review magazine. Alright. She was... Alright. The girl to her left. A tall, dark young woman with hair piled up onto her head. Commented before sitting down in her seat. You gotta be really brave. Or really dumb to get something like that. Something like that done to that part of your body. The other girl. The other girl, who seemed to be about as tall as Vanessa. And the other girl, hold on, the other girl who seemed to be on the short side with long blonde hair that was cut with long blonde hair and bangs. Shook her head and sat down. the girl who initially exclaimed. Was pretty well filled out. We'll just use the same phrasing that we used in the last chapter. It was pretty well filled out and had the lump was pretty well filled out as she leaned forward and the magazine would be hiding. Yeah, no, we'll not talk about that. The girl who initially exclaimed was pretty well filled out as she was pretty well filled out, wearing tight clothing to accentuate those features. She had strawberry blonde hair that was normally just past her ears, but today she had it braided against her head and ending in a ponytail, in a small ponytail. She laughed at her friend's comments and snapped the magazine shut. I'm going to guess dumb. Especially for how much that costs. Did you see the price? $200 just for some steam. The three girls shook their heads in unison. Vanessa looked on, curious. What steam-based beauty product would be worth $200 and cause a commotion like those girls? It caused to erupt, like that to erupt. She could only imagine. Curious. Vanessa started to stand up so she could go over and ask them. However, before she could, another person, a boy, stepped up to the strawberry blonde girl and started talking to her. Gulping, Vanessa decided not to actually stand up. She didn't want, oh my goodness. She didn't want to, oh, what's the word? She didn't want to impose herself on them. Especially not when they had another conversation they were in the middle of. Besides, class was surely about to start soon, and she had to focus on that once it did. Alright, gulping, decided not to actually stand up. She didn't want to impose herself on this. Alright. So we're gonna Do that. Chapter 5. We're back to Sylvia. Date. Question mark, question mark, question mark. Still on the same day. Alright. Still the same. Alright, we're going to go ahead and mark this for review. Alright, the next couple classes went by in a blur. Alright, we're gonna check about that rephrasing. Sylvia was late by a few seconds in her history class. In or two? To her history class, but the teacher usually excused students who were at the door when the bell rang. Today's... do we even want that? Oops, what did I click? Try that again. There we go. Today's lecture was about the Berlin Wall coming down. Alright, so 6th period is history. I don't remember that. Okay, so let's do this. 5th period economics, 6th period government, history. 7th period art. There we go. Sylvia's late by a few seconds in her history class, but the teacher usually excused students who were at the door when the bell rang. Today's lecture was about the Berlin Wall coming down. Sylvia thought it was a pretty cool topic, but when she opened her textbook to follow along with the teacher, she found herself more intrigued by the photo captions than by what the teacher was saying, so she didn't understand why it went up in the first place and then had to be taken down later. Womp womp. She realized that war had something to do with it, but didn't grasp much beyond that. She'd have to take some time to read the chapter when she got home today. Her last class was her favorite, art. In this class, she allowed the stress of the day to melt away and she could focus on whatever project she had in front of her. Today, she was making a painting that featured all different shades of blue. It had started off as a skyscape of different towering buildings butting up into the city, but after she got started, it found itself morphing into a medieval castle, with somber elements as tops of flowered-covered caskets stood out in the foreground. Before she knew it, the teacher was ringing her handbell to warn that the end of the period was coming up quickly. She wasn't even finished with the second casket yet. Still, it was time to clean up for the day. With a sigh, she put up her supplies, then set her painting on a rack to dry and be protected while she was away overnight. She picked up her backpack and made her way to the door where the other students in the art class were beginning to congregate in anticipation of the final bell. Finally, the bell rung, and the doors opened, spilling the teenagers out into a hallway that was filled with similar activity. From the doorways, the rivers of boys and girls commingled, often creating new rivers that went one way or another. Sometimes the flow would stop and force their other rivers to adjust around them. It was a dance that occurred every weekday that school was in session. I like it, but I want to rephrase it because it happened multiple times. Sylvia was a lone element in the river flow, making her way to her locker and hugging as close to it as possible to avoid interrupting anyone else's travels. Excuse me. She opened the locker and set the books from the last half of the day inside. Then, she pulled her history book back out, remembering that she needed to read the chapter, since she didn't get paid much attention. Then she pulled her history book back out, remembering that she needed to read the chapter since she didn't get to pay too much. we're going to mark you for editing. She didn't get to pay too much attention to the lecture. She paused and looked over the other books in the locker as well, wondering if there might be something else she would need to bring home with her too. She briefly paused on her math book, but ultimately decided that it wouldn't be worth it. She was caught up on work in the class, and the teacher didn't have any homework for tonight, so why would she bring that home when she didn't need to? Plus, reading the history textbook would be taking up a lot of her free time, so she wouldn't be able to do any math. So, like, yeah, this is kind of a why do we have it here then? That was that. After zipping up her backpack with the singular textbook inside, she closed her locker, set the lock in place, and made her way to the front of the school. She remembered her mother wanting to come and pick her up today so they could go to the post office and deliver her submission package for the Academy of the Arts. She remembered her mother. Kind of established that earlier that she remembered, but... Alright. She wandered to the benches where all of the other students whose parents picked them up were seated and took her own seat, beginning to feel self-conscious. Normally, Sylvia took the bus home since she preferred not to drive to school. That already made her feel self-conscious. Okay, I want to actually dig into this because I don't think we talked about this. Why doesn't Sylvia want to drive to school? We could explore this later, but I'm highlighting it to make sure we go into detail about that later. If I haven't already somewhere. That already made her feel self-conscious, since no, she did not. Ew. Since no, she did not know any seniors who took the bus. They all drove, except her. Over time though, she got used to the people who she rode the bus with, and that made her feel a lot more at ease with her transportation method. Alright guys, how much longer do we have in this section? Oh, it's a bit. We're not going to continue for this rest of the section. Alright, so I want to go ahead and start wrapping it up now then. I do want to thank you all so much for joining me today. I appreciate the lurks, the chats, whatever you have to provide. I appreciate it, so thank you, thank you. Just a quick reminder, YouTube viewers, go ahead and throw me a like and subscribe. It helps the channel grow, and hopefully, by this time next year, I'll be able to monetize. Oh, give me 1 second. All right. So hit a button. I don't know what happened. Anyway, I do want to go ahead and I was wrapping up anyway, so I'm not going to take off the distracted flag. But I want to thank everybody for, supporting the channel, for jumping in, for talking, for lurking. I know I literally just said this, but for the YouTube viewers, go ahead and like and subscribe. It helps the channel. It helps us grow, and, maybe this time next year I'll be monetized so I can do the things I do on Twitch, on YouTube as well. That would be great. For YouTube viewers, if you haven't already, go ahead and throw me a follow. I would greatly appreciate it. We've had a bunch of bots lately throw follows and artificially inflate them, and then it's now currently down, I won't say low, but it's been shrinking every couple days. So if I could get real people to throw me a follow, if you're interested in it, of course. Go ahead and do that. If you subscribe, that'd be cool too. You can subscribe with Twitch Prime. Those revenue funds go to babydj.org, the charity of my choice. Again, those funds get donated in early December, so probably sometime next week. I put up the receipts on my Discord and Instagram. And yeah, I don't think I have too much else to ramble about. So, So aside from supporting the channel and supporting Baby DJ, the upcoming plans are, and I've mentioned this already, but I'm going to mention again. Tomorrow I will not be streaming at all. I might do a little bit of editing if I get bored at, during Thanksgiving. I doubt it with my family, but who knows. So we've got that, and then Friday and Saturday are up in the air. I've got things to do on Saturday. So we'll see. And then when I come, fingers crossed, I will have employment sooner rather than later, but not always guaranteed. This sad state of the world. But anyway, what was I saying? Oh yeah. But anyway, so when we do resume streaming in December, we will have some changes. Channel points for Twitch will be turned off. It will be the cross-channel points now. And what else was I going to say? My child says hi. Oh yeah, we won't be streaming as long. We'll basically be going back to the afternoon streams where, I will eat lunch and then stream for a little bit. They will probably mostly be writing streams up until, I get employment. And, the goal is to get published. This story will be what we finish editing first, and then I'm going to put that up on Ko-fi for everyone to download. Maybe I'll be a little greedy. Nope, it's community. Everyone will be able to download it for free. End of story. Maybe I'll make it like a year for free or something, and then I'll put it under a paywall. And then members can get it for free. I don't know. I haven't decided yet. The rough draft is available on the Discord that I mentioned earlier. I have a cat on my desk now. And what else? Yeah, that's about it. Yeah, so I have a Discord earlier where the rough drafts are housed for supporters, so that's Twitch subscribers and Ko-fi members. And this story, as you see it, I'm going to copy it to the rough draft, but I'm going to, but the edits generally are not, I didn't do a rough draft copy before I started editing, so I'm probably just going to upload what you see here to it over the weekend. Or maybe I'll just do, like when we're done highlighting it, I'll send it over to the rough drafts. Anyway, that's me talking and rambling, but I do need to go ahead and wrap it up. I am expecting a package to be arriving shortly, so that's fun. And yeah, I will see you all, if not this weekend, I will see you all sometime next week. Thank you all so much for joining. Have yourselves a great Thanksgiving. If you don't celebrate, have yourselves a great weekend. And I will see you next time. Keep an eye out for when I go live. Bye.